Always keep your eye on the prize.
Attention Freight Hub LD 987/14. The Lord Captain is in the bay.
Alright. Let us begin in the darkness of the void.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright, I'm gonna start out with the DLC quest. I said something. The DLC quest. And then I'm gonna continue the story. So I have to wait until I got my
Rise to the top.
my dogmatic views a bit higher. Than I currently have it as.
Unlocked.
God grants the insight.
The time-worn loader is barely fit for
Keep your
purpose at this
wits
point,
about you.
but the enforcers still see its complex maintenance as the lesser evil compared to hiring ignorant, clumsy scrounge. The Infernus Master salutes you cheerfully with his lho stick. Lord Captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt.
I'm seeking the Bloodspun Web's temple. Do you know where they are hiding?
I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is.
What are you doing here?
I'm here to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3, under the tech priest's supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad, his boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairmen. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. But that's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling you get standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those tech priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about, there is a mischievous spark in Heinrich's eyes. I introduce you.
Is it safe?
Oh, I refuse to believe Savage would dare scald the Lord Captain. He definitely should not.
You can't turn down an offer like that.
The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Initiating the train blessing algorithm, let not corrosive wear separate the wheel sets. Let the traction drive receive the touch of the motive force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and supports that lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed. The stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. A deafening clang resounds from Savage's innards, and the train shudders underfoot, as if preparing to leap forward. Whoa! Careful, your lordship. Don't let this monster smash us against the nearest wall. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there is a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There is so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There is almost a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice. Pull the lever toward you, smoothly but firmly. Then, pump the fuel with this command rune.
Unruly and defiant, but submiss to a strong hand, much like yourself.
A roguish gleam appears in his eyes. You don't say?
Pull the lever.
A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you are feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now, try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing, or rather, you hear only one thing, the roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased.
That was a good trip.
Everything is going to be alright. Savage would never fry me, right, Savage?
I always keep my options open.
A blissful smile twists the man's lips, and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye socket. The God Emperor has sent you to save me, you are his light, you are his grace, thank you for not leaving me here. Never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you. When the Undying One is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth, and so will it be freed from the torment of the flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me.
Who are you and what happened to you?
I'm Vale, a cleaner. I was in my house, asleep. Enforcers came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time.
What do you know anything about the mark next to you?
He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as it opens into scarlet cracks. A spinner came, he painted the symbol, then he gave me water, and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should. He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. To soot-smirched soul, her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed, knife met heart. Removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer, anguish and distress. A longing brought to rest. Of mortal bonds the soul divest.
Of course. Thank you.
Is there money to be made?
Is it time?
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Okay, no, wrong way.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Huh, what's back? don't know if I want to keep Pascal though. All right, Cabela.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Judging by the
always
merchant's
get the
round,
job done.
well-fed face, the rusty junk laid out on the counter is merely a smoke screen for the more valuable and likely illegal goods that are for now hidden from idle glances.
I always have a backup plan.
A sinewy middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood mark inscribed nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into fists. The man freezes a step away from oblivion, listens, then recoils and goes still once more.
What are you doing here? What? I don't. The man starts and almost falls, but he manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars are scratched all across his body. The scars seem familiar.
Pascal's Vox synthesizer springs to life with an indignant binaric trill. I am registering this unit's intention to use the train tracks for purposes other than those intended by their design. I categorically demand that the unit's self-disposal be carried out using methods that do not violate the catechism of maintenance and operation. The scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols on the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies.
Your eyes always return to the blood. What do you know about it? It's a symbol of the Bloodspurn web. I come here every watch, but it hasn't been there before now. I guess today was a special day. He smiles strangely. The man's faded eyes go wide as he knows Cabela. His voice quivers. Have you come to take me to the other side? Cabela briefly studies the man's face and turns away. I do not know you. Dev's gaze is not on you. The man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the spellbow again. Then why? Why is it here? Who are you? A dead man. I lost my name years ago. I've been just another dead man ever since. You dare insult the rogue traitor with your impudence? Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more. You look like you are about to take your own life. Have you had a rotten day? My whole life has been rotten, and I only have myself to blame. I've tried to fix things, and I've always ended up here. So eventually I accepted the truth. You know, the symbol of the Bloodspurn web, you bear similar scars. Are you a spinner? I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, and I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction of the utility tunnels at a certain hour. I went to the appointed spot. Then I waited. An hour, 2, 5, the junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid I couldn't do my duty. I ran. So spinners simply let you go. They had no intention of finding you and killing you? There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blade the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped, eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they whispered, Sar River has gone to the Undying One. They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man. You were ordered to die. For what reason? Man looks at you. But some would choose to leave the righteous path. He's earned penance in the duty's time. He whips songs, vengeance, and renegade menace. Her blade passes sentence. For cowards seek to hide their heart, but death makes no pretenses. It takes what it is due as in essence. He stops and adds, hoarsely, the third verse of the song of the trailing blood. The Vizier recited to me before sending me to my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time that it was my judgment. There was plenty of reasons I sought death. I offered him the souls of most pleasing men and women I could find, because it kindled my passions. I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenant. I realized it, but I couldn't help it because I enjoyed it. You don't sound particularly remorseful. I spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. Have you killed more innocent souls since you ran? No. I've been afraid to touch my knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. You are a coward and a butcher of initiates. You disgust me. I will not grant you the release you crave so much. In the life This is Sparta! Cabela stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. Man, that was... I like that.
This
Time
officer is a
will get
worthwhile
left in
investment.
the dust.
You may... How many times do you need to tell the undercover my mistake must be paid for? You have mercy to the throne's name, I beg you. The battered worker throws himself to the feet and touches the toes of your boots with his dirty palm. Your gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant. Get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulder several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot, I will clean it right away. I intend to hear the man out. Your lordship, I work hard. Never even take a break or to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 mouths to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest worker who... Enough whining. Enough whining. You and your pals lift a box of nutrient bars a few watches back and 2 canteens of water before that. I can't beat the life out of you because I didn't beat the life out of you because I pitied you, but this is the things I get. You quarantine the hub of 12 watches and refuse to give out rations if we don't have cards. Cards we have no way of earning. And today you earned 15 cards in the Psyker ship because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or do you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere and do them in and take their share? I don't do them in. It wasn't a... The worker stops himself, cowering, whimpering. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need the rations. Oh, God. At a side note, with Sage of the your voice, society you see is much like the boot. Its toes proudly directed to the foot of the period forward, and yet it needs a soul to stand on. You are the soul, good people, and you are you are down here choking on dirt without ever seeing a sliver of light. It is not the result of someone's ill will, but rather it is the logical order of the world. I hope to understand the fact that you will help make peace with your destiny. Am I to understand the enforcers are appropriating earnings from the workers for their shift?
We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute, the enforcer mutters gloomily. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards. To prevent supply embezzlement and famine. The onlooking workers bellow triumphantly and point at the enforcers, praising the Lord Captain. A sullen, red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you were speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, may the God Emperor protect you and all of House von Valancius, Lord Captain. The base bulkhead is marred by traces of gunfire and rust-colored stains from old blood that was never properly washed off.
An expected result.
During each shift, railway hubs direct thousands of containers carrying the rogue traders' cargo to various destination compartments.
Enforcers have been appropriating ration count from workers return from their shifts. Why is that? Are you short on provisions?
The compartment has just enough food to avoid starvation, Lord Captain. This is why the enforcers are making sure that no serf has more cards than they're supposed to. They used to rip out people's tongues for it, but I reduced the punishment to simply beating the thieves and confiscating all their cards. The orders are to give these cards to workers who are starving due to a lack of work shifts. Not that it helps them much, but it's better than nothing. Frenso scoffs. Are there enforcers guilty of misappropriating the confiscated items? Yes. Do those caught stealing receive severe punishment? Absolutely.
You stay on your duty.
just not dawdle. Keep your wits about you.
The rat scurries around the board, spurred on by the flute. Its movements appear erratic at first glance, but after a while, you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goal at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators, its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. The rat's movements, from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the balls, obey its master's wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, the rhythm, every part of the melody serves. The flute player's clear eyes widen in surprise. Then, with an open and friendly smile, he says, "Many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and, I swear on my own flute, today I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself." He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in.
Who are you?
"I am but one of many." The man gestures broadly at the teeming station. A voice in the crowd. "A cog in the mechanism. His humble servant. Flute player is all they call me, because that's what I am. I make up tunes and give the people respite after a hard day's
There's
work."
a curious looking flute. How did you come by it?
He pats his instrument gently. "My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me, and when she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play. Out of sorrow and respect for her memory."
Are you suggesting we play a game?
The flute player smiles eagerly. "Please, bless our little lark with your attention.
Explain the games to me.
It's simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she
Right,
doesn't,
let's give it a
you
try.
lose. Simple." The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear claw feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few moments later, a green ball pops out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball into the hole, but sharply changes direction right at the last moment. Then it happens again. And again. At last, the ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. Thank you for this generous gift. These folks will shower me in ration cards to get their hands on something that belonged to your lordship. Fortune gave me the brightest of its smiles today. If we are indeed following in the footsteps of a saint, the God Emperor would be pleased if we saw this path through to the end. A A boot print has smudged the symbol
Always keep
slightly.
your eye on the prize.
The trail leads toward the slums. Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where the good plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons.
Avalor, help these wretches realize the full extent of their unenviable position. Before you stands Lord Captain Draciel von Valencia, master of this vessel and everything on it, including those goods you have pawned, at which your unwashed hands, and your miserable life as well.
The people turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the leader's roar, "What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs as is right and proper. Your lordship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see the rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this," the man casts a grim glance at the rack, "I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught us red-handed."
Who are you?
The Hard Nines, a gang, a brotherhood from Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We're sort of, assistants to the enforcers. Self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks.
Do you want my... Are you rebelling?
To do business. The gang leader smiles ingratiatingly. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against your lordship, we call the troublemakers to order. And we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us, defenders of the ship? The thug raises his eyebrows questioningly and looks at you expectantly.
You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. The enforcers providing cover for you.
I wish, Franso, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the screws. Damn it, we can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment.
You all have your fingers cut off.
It's our gang's initiation rite, a fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's also a badge of honor. He proudly shows off the stump of his little finger.
Tell me why I shouldn't execute on the spot.
ERM, you could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content. Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs and pray to the archenemy. There have always been outlaws on this ship. You're better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far and who keep the heretics down.
I suppose you may be of some use. I shall permit you to take a few weapons of the more basic Criminals on my ship have single fake death.
The leader spits on the ground in annoyance. What in the void have I been standing here making speeches for? I thought we had ourselves an all right Lord Captain, but no, he's the straight-laced type. Bring it on, then,
I'll
your
make an
lordliness.
example out of you.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Emperor, give me strength.
And
If
die.
I may,
You guys are more resilient than I thought you'd be.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Scared yet?
Wait, why aren't you taking any damage?
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Let's get to it. Time to slaughter someone.
I am your blade and shield. The shadows will see that.
I'll see to it personally.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who if not me?
God, Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the... is why I was
Advancing. My vow is to serve. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
As duty demands. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
My blade whispers your name.
Show me what you've got. I will endure.
Hold on.
I will do my duty.
I'm here, maggot. Let's get to it.
I cannot serve you in this way. No. My blade whispers your name.
High momentum.
Let's make some opportunities. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
It will be done. One fewer time. Someone else can do this.
On it. You should feel honored to witness this.
I shall caught by the web. Trust me. My blade whispers your name. Killing brings me no pleasure, as the tenets demand.
Rejoice in battle!
Request denied.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
The shadows will see it done.
My place is at the fore. Indeed. I'm not interested. Victory is imminent. That's up against.
Scared, yes? You don't frighten me.
I would that I could. Caught by the...
A group of beggars are rattling their alms mugs and ostentatiously displaying their hunger-sunken bellies and various disfigurements. A toothless man falls to his knees before you. Your lordship. Spare a throne for Thashi who can't even get the worst jobs.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Unlock.
This explorer tool is blessed with multifunctionality.
Kids, I've been waiting for you. How was your shift? We worked hard. I helped out at a friend with the loading, and he gave me some cards. Take them to exchange them for new shoes. Yours is all worn out. Oh, thank you. I've already made your bed for you. So once we've eaten, you go and rest. The little ones and I will head out to the market and leave you in peace. Why did the Emperor send me such a wonderful wife?
Glory to his Lord Captainship. Glory to his Lord Captainship.
Oh god, is that the human... Is that the corpse starch? We serve corpse starch? Oh, that looks gross.
Hey,
peculiar
I live
thing.
here. And you all just keep waddling right through.
Nothing matters more.
My warp sight reveals something.
I always have a backup plan.
We should deal with this.
Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge along with other, unidentifiable ingredients. Ah, Grixdales.
Keep your wits about
Threw
you.
my back out again.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Color the uncolored.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Sure, you can have it if you need it so badly.
Let us not dawdle.
The food vat is protected from the vicious hungry crowd by equally vicious thugs wielding makeshift weapons. The day the Lord Captain wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends. The broad-shouldered man raises a hand in greeting. His old prosthetic creaks plaintively as it takes. The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here, in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them and be sure to tell them that it was your lordship who did them this good turn.
I saw you near the market. What were you doing there?
Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellow teeth. Almost all of the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past. Not doing it again.
Tell me what life is like for the workers in the lower deck.
They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive, faced with hunger, the more deranged of the enforcers, void leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. The foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive, if you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it.
What are you cooking in the vat?
Believe it or not, This soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat, and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. The foreman points a finger proudly toward the vat. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't.
Give me some of the soup. Let my servants see that any food is a great blessing. I don't think it's a good idea. Mold slime is something of a hard taste. Takes 2 years, maybe 3, for your stomachs to get used to it. Girls, you must be joking. Pour me a bowl. I know what I'm doing. As you wish, the foreman hands you a bowl of hot, visceral sludge. The smell, could be worse probably. I'm going to be sick. Substance analysis complete. The outlook is dim. It is recommended that you dispatch authorized units to localize to prevent proper succession. Glory to the God Emperor, who nourishes us!
The Lord Captain himself has tried our food and found it worthy. Remember to be grateful for any nourishment, as it is a blessing. The foreman bellows and roars while discreetly interposing himself between you and the crowd of ecstatic commoners, who look like they might otherwise swarm and accidentally trample their overlord in a frenzy of adoration.
I seek the Bloodspinner's temple. Bloodspin Web's temple. Do you know where it is?
The cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for their service to the God Emperor, but, to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living.
Right. It is time. I will be... Oh, wrong one. That's not the one I wanted. This is what I wanted. Right. I'm gonna do a few pulls. Wish me luck. New trainee. I mean, Mayano Top Gun's okay, but the one I want is her. It's the air groove. I mean, where'd that go? Kawakami, princess, he's your arbor. Alright. Yeah, this thing's gonna be... I'll do that off stream. Right now, I'm here to do this. Alright. No. Oh. Here we go! Oh god. King Halo, Sakurabachi no, Majiro Ryan, Sakurabachi no, Majiro Ryan, Alcondor Castel, Majiro Ryan, Agnes Tachyon, Harurara, Mayona Top Gun, the wrong one of the Mayona Top Guns. I know what I did wrong. There's a ritual that I must complete. First, you go here. Second, I go to the jukebox. It is not brilliant Fantasia that I must watch, but Bakushin! Here we go. Oh God. This game hates me. Oh! Ah. That's not the one I wanted. Okay, last pull and then... This game hates me. Wow. Really? Okay, one moment. Alright, last one for today. Once I get my paycheck, I'll be back with more. That's the wrong Mayano Top Gun. Ah. This is the one I want. Ah.
君は就寝時すぐ眠れるか？私は生殺が習慣になってしまった。
See if I actually got enough to actually soar above anyone. Nope. And the Top Gun. Nope.
ブライアンから連絡がない。
Why not?
私さ花咲くけど
That's one big horse.
そんな大変だビューティ
I'm gonna skip this part. I love you. I mean, what?
お知らせがと。きっかけは
イベントミッションだって一応
きっかけはどうあれやるからには最善を尽くさねばな。合格し勝負服を手に入
Well, I'm
れ
gonna
て
do this off stream.
イベントミッションだって一応私もやれるだけはやるつもり。
きっかけはどうあれやるからには最善を尽くさねばな。
Only clocks and
合格し勝負服を手に入れてやる。
any good? No. Let's see, there be prize. The prizes. Bingo prizes. Wait, what card are you?
ビューティーさんのお姉さん、どんな人なんだろう。保健室で似てる人を見たような。
I don't really care about you.
ウェディングドレスの勝負服か。大人の女って感じで。
Alright, back to my grim dark future of the bar.
君は就寝時
The grim
すぐ
dark
眠れる
future. No more happy fun horse girls. But back to the grim darkness of the 41st millennia.
I always keep my options open. What do we have here?
Here. What happened to your eyes?
The void rats gnawed them out while I was asleep. And the sewer water my wounds were washed with was infected, turns out. The pain became a stinging feeling that wouldn't go away, and only got worse.
How does an old man manage to survive in a place like this? Good people help me, good people. Not so good ones too. He's wise enough. Throw a strip of dried ration meat into his mug. Here, have something to eat. Could this be the true miracle of the Emperor? Or is it just another dream? Leave the old man be.
These crates are typically used to transport weapons. The worn-away markings make it impossible to determine where the shipment came from, and the scuffed surface indicates that the crates have been moved frequently. The guards can barely keep the throng of paupers at bay. Having observed their Lord Captain himself taste the soup, the people are now ecstatically pushing their way to the vat of mold slime. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. The consequences of a terrible crash on monorail LD 987 half a century ago are still affecting the efficiency of this stretch of railway.
Duty prevails.
Prayer book. Book of the War Prayers. The weird barrel deals 10% more damage to Xenos and...
Even in a place as dismal as this, people have managed to set up a small altar at which to pray. It is relatively clean and well maintained. Can you sense the putrid miasma hanging over this place? Touching anything in here would be folly.
Stop being bloody difficult. What's the thing that death cults say? Your time has come or something. Please, no please, what did I do? Talk about being somewhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace and we can get suit.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "Watcha want?"
For what crime did you kill this man?
Grinning, the leader spits out, for the crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge. The outcasts look at one another and burst into hoarse, gurgling cackles. The Lord Captain in our Kasha lets out a faint sigh, hastily covering her face with Abelard attentively holds out a snow-white handkerchief to her. I fear Argenta towers over the freak, looking immaculate and unaffected. Even meeting you detect a note of hysteria in the vagrant's laughter. The fingers of many are convulsively trembling. And there is something in the fearless way they look at you, an indifference to death, too strange and unnatural.
You are
Mold eaters. Outcasts. Folk who have no place even among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat, the enforcers try to shoot us on sight. As if it's our fault that we were born in a terrible place, we are worms in the rotten belly of this ship, fodder for disease. The outcast licks his lips and you see a tongue studded with small, underdeveloped teeth. This is no disease, but an obvious mutation.
Your sentence.
The mutant bears the black stumps that are his teeth. We'll gut you and trade what you have on you for a pile of scrap. Hey, outcasts, come on up if you want a share in the spoils.
I am your doom.
Didn't flinch.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I will use my Emperor. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh my god, Argenta.
I'll do it.
Seriously?
Crush the feeble.
Alright, I'm gonna see if you...
job for the serfs?
As the Emperor commands.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
At your beck and grey hair, straw hair. I'd rather not.
I shall not fail. Trust your power. The other side awaits. As honor ordained, brings me no pleasure. Come, the other side awaits. The shadows will see it done.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. Who if not me?
Transmutation fails.
Chaos guides me. I serve the ruinous powers. Ah!
Injured! I'm enraged! I'll do it. Is a prayer. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, these are
Out of
nurglings.
my way.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
My blade whispers your name.
That's not the Seneschal's job. A tactically sound approach. It will be done. Indeed. I will do my duty.
As it as honor ordains. Trust me. I cannot serve you in this way.
I'll see to it personally.
Isn't this a job for the Draciel Grace, at least?
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. It's as good as done.
My ears are ringing.
Chaos guides me.
Faith without deed. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. I bring ruin.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
My blade whispers killing. Brings me no pleasure. I shall not be caught by the web.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Death comes in silence. My blade whispers your name. as honor ordained.
Don't let your guard down. On it. I refuse. I won't stand for it.
The Omnissiah, no, the Omnissiah condemns you.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Can you sense the putrid miasma hanging over this place? Touching anything in here would be folly. Death hangs in the air within the pestilence pit, but it is not yet your time to go. Touch nothing unless absolutely necessary, Dom and Draciel.
Has detected something.
See? Right there. The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me. Duty prevails.
My
Unlocked.
success is an irrefutable certainty.
How do I sell this stuff? Heavy leather armor. Better for you? Yes.
I always have a backup plan.
This man is suffering from a severe but curable disease. One vial of medicine administered in the early stages would have saved him.
Oh man, I'm gonna. Go, Bloody Requiem.
I always keep my options open.
No one finds the courage to approach the bodies of these outcasts, their rotting flesh and cartilage bearing the marks of void disease. A figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter. As you come closer, she freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face. Are you here to take Zidna to the other side? No, 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 no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light, but it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it?
Who are you?
Old Zidna. Zidna the outcast. Zidna the mad. Zidna the disaster. Zidna the curse. Zidna the spurned. The woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink at her emaciated wrists and neck. A ghost of the past? A shadow of the present? Only the Undying One knows. He alone. The woman scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by some unknown disease. Here, where the unfortunate meet their undeath. Here, a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here, where pestilence dwells. Zidna welcomes them all. Talks to their ghosts. Here, where Zidna lives. Yes. That's, you can't hear them. Zidna points somewhere off. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit. Her colors are all mixed, smudged, poised to reveal a pure shade of madness, and yet, scarlet threads separate these trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself. Ah, these gifts, they are. The chains clink to announce Zedena's approach. For others to hear. She slides her disease-darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask. They hide, fearful of becoming like Zedena. Afraid of losing face, ha ha ha.
There's a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this part of the Song of the Trailing Blood? Yes, yes. That song here. Listen, listen.
The woman starts chanting hurriedly. She wandered an eternity in dark, yet was consoled. Web foretold. Undying one's blood secrets glowed. A light to guide her faithful fold. But threads must end. And so the spider did that which was owed. Her life and death to ship bestowed.
Here into the darkness. I cannot fathom what I meant to be here.
You peer into the darkness, and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses. Rough walls. The twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place, only more darkness and despair.
How do I become...
You don't see, do you? You don't see. Zedena shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off along with them. You will not see until you become like Zedena. The flesh and blood of this ship.
How do I become flesh like ship's blood?
Oh, Zedena will show you. And you'll see the true light. Come. Come now.
Is there money to be made?
I put my life in thine hands, for I believe thee to thou with respects. Jump! A temple of the blood spurned where?
Let us not dawdle.
The undying one is death. The undying one is duty.
I won't let it define me. Failure is just a temporary setback. I'll learn from this mistake. Success is the only outcome I accept.
There are large holes in the compartment's ceiling. The spinners have
Rise
dismantled
to
the
the
bulkheads
top,
to
or
expand their
get
temple
left in
ever
the
higher.
dust. Keep your wits about you.
Tangles of improvised bridges constructed from beams and flooring stretch ever higher, not unlike a web. The temple is growing, as if it were a living organism.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Cold stone sarcophagi serve as the death cultists' beds. The bones of their deceased comrades are their bedding. The smoke
Failure
tickles your
is just a
nostrils,
temporary
making you
setback.
slightly dizzy. The smoke tickles your nostrils, making you slightly dizzy.
No, everybody's here. Nice.
Part of the cultist service to the Undying One involves turning the corpses of the departed into sacred altars for their blood-anointed congregation to pray at. Underneath the ancient relic is a stone plaque with an inscription carved in elegant cursive: "If you value life above duty, you are not worthy of life. Visire Geopharnus."
Yeah, it's a lot of blood.
A crimson torrent flows from the statue's hands, a symbol of the countless deaths offered up in his name. A frail old man, gray beard tinged with blood, folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like. And the Lord of the Ark walked the paths of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner. And the servants of death bowed before him, for the Daemon is the giver of life.
The old man goes still. His face turns into the side. He nods towards the temple's muffled silence. Yes. Yes. True. Like a stream pours from your lips, we welcome him as the tenant demands. Your hues are almost as pale as gray of your beard. But what is this? Draciel flinches and makes a shuddering breath. A scarlet whirlwind trying through the faded color. The blood split. A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Through his arm are stiff and looks like they were barely bent. In the next instant, the dynasty symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, the flicks of blood from his blade, and several drops land on your face. Thus spin the blood-splen web. Welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizar. For many years we have waited, and now you are here. We have waited, whispered echoes from his words. Why is it you? Why is it you invite me here? Death whispers your name, commanded us to honor you with sacred rites. But only inside the temple can the spinner's perform it. The vizier is suddenly distracted by someone invisible and nods towards empty space. Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve. What do you mean? You've been waiting for many years. It is not so long ago that I made my acquaintance with the cult. As I delve into the nations of the flesh and blood, as for the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch Psyker, who spun the first thread. One of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to lead the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tingle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting. But when we were met, alas, we not revealed to me. So we waited, years after year, and now the hour has come. You sense...
You sense a strange disturbance around the vizier. It is similar to the one that appears around Kybella, but stronger. He is not a Psyker, or else, he is such a powerful one that he can conceal his gift. However, his psychic potential is definitely higher than that of an average mortal. There are people like that in the Imperium undiscovered by inquisitorial hunters. They live out their lives as individuals with a reputation for having strange things happen to them on occasion. Perhaps this decrepit old man is indeed capable of gleaning something more from the Emperor's tarot than just painted pictures.
Vizier? Is that some sort of title? It is the name we give the first spinner, the one who has learnt the wisdom of the tenets of the web in order to lead others. I may have a duty to instruct and spin in bloody threads, but it is all other ways I am as much his servant as yours and anyone else in the temple. So you just walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take a jump? The spinners guide them along a different trail. You had to take the step, for only you were meant to become the flagship's blood domain. There was no reason to test the faith of those who follow you, for this burden was for the Lord to bear. How did you manage to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing? Followers of the cult once inhabited the temples between the bay's bulkhead, until the threads of faith were entangled with the domain of ages past, giving us the compartment. We set ourselves to building spacious halls where the shadows, the image of him, and spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple that you see began to change with the succession of viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly and surely. Expect greater respect from one who so eagerly anticipate the meeting with a rogue trader. Struggling to suppress the tremors in his body, the vizier bows as low as his hunched back allows. Forgive us our poor manners. Our intentions were not to insult you. You're the first visitors from the upper deck we have had in a great many years, and the customs of long-time servants of death are somewhat different. But rest assured that there is no disrespect here. I have walked the path of the matron in Spiter. What now? The song of the trailing blood tells of a path frayed with trials. By accepting it and setting out on the path, you pass the first one. The trial of resolve For not everyone is prepared to spurn their fear and doubt and embark in search for unknown. For the unknown. A search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul. A man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death, it is to be made by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of others. But that trial is justice. To assume the role of judge of an apostate of our fate. You declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the eager soul has upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, the duty to lead to death. We prepared a render our duty to undying one, fearless and accept of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the fourth trial brought you here. The path I have walked has helped me understand myself better. But the tenets teach us that lessons learned, it is itself the supreme reward for one who is open for self-discovery. Who is it you tell all this? Who is it you are talking to all this time? The vizier's sewn eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks in empty space again. Peace, my brother. The time has almost come. The vizier turns his head as if looking around the temple. I see echoes of those who came before us, and those who were with us but have since crossed over to the other side. My brothers and sisters raised by the cult. I see them beyond their death. They spared their wisdom. I heed them. The other spinners, they hear. But the burden is mine to bear. I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is there another of the cult's rituals? I have sight from much of my life until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with a guise of true sight. Now I see more than better. So this entire conversation is another sense, I imagine. A smile graces the vizier's brutish lips. The tenet commands us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. You are prepared, Domin Draciel. His lips close like you can still hear his whispers and prickling sensations in your face. Makes you incredibly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheeks only to realize you cannot feel it. You look at your palms and see how a few smudged drops of blood from the vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides, and you seem to float in the air, which seems something you have not noticed before. The shadow in the corner, hers take on shapes and colors. The subdued lumen and light plays on the cult's bones, masks. Are they really masks? They're tall, lanky, empty eye. Your heart is beating slowly, your breath has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant with ground.
One moment, the walls of Death's sanctum grow infinitely wide. The next, they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances under your feet, and the undying Emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you.
And what happens now? That is for me, you to tell me. You look at the vizier, and his trembling frame seems smaller and insignificant. A single step is all it will take to crush him. But the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you. The keen gaze of his sealed eyes is studying you, ever movement, waiting for your response. Now you're going to initiate me as a servant of death? As a servant of death. This is the echoing whisper. For the temple, and the vizier bows his head reverently. You have become the blood of the ship. Now you will become one of his faithful servants. We may not name you a spinner, for a spinner's thread demands the forsaking of one's previous life, but the blood-spun web will still accept you. The tenet allows it, but only for the domin, who has followed the trailing blood until the end. For the Emperor! Upon the ritual platform, as the undying Emperor's feet, under the keen gaze of his dark, empty, socketless eyes, you feel completely insignificant. Surprisingly, the thick blood pouring from him, his hands upon your brow, chest, and shoulders, it is still warm. Bowing before his image, the vizier assumes the ceremonial position which incredibly eases his withering body. Moving swiftly and soundlessly, you are slowly plunged into the darkness. The sounds of rituals chants and soothing blade. Amidst the noise of splashing blood and the cult's whisper, you hear the voice. Death has spoken your name. Domin Draciel, death accepts you. Offer a prayer to the undying emperor. With each word consecrated to his echo in your temple and chest, your veins become hot, and your blood turns it to liquid fire. You have no fear in you. A whisper seems to come from above. With the Emperor's lips of stone, I see. Could the lingering intoxication still be playing tricks in your mind? A strange rush you developed in the freight line's pestilence pit grows pale and scabs over. The healing grace descends onto you. The vizier's voice grows suddenly thunderous and snaps you out of your reflection. Death have accepted you, Domin and Draciel. Now and for all of time, you are the blood-warden and the Undying One's most venerable servant. I felt as if the God Emperor was watching. Too many he comes during their time of service in the image of blood and whispers for the shadows, but remember that those are mere visions. For true death will not come for you until your time, and it will take your soul gently in its bony hands. Blood Warrior, you flatter. Very flattering. I will add it to the other titles. Now that you are part of the blood-spun web, remember henceforth to beware of vanity, for it leaves gaping rents in the armor of the soul. The ritual is complete, but you are not. Your gestures for one of the cultists who is carefully holding a strange garment to come closer. For 4 years we have maintained fealty to the Domi. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the one in 3 generations of lords and ladies to grace this sanctum, and the first of them all to be initiated so. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear your exaltation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. The cultists whisper prayers to the Undying One, and they help you change your clothes and regain in your faculties.
Is there money to
Whisper
be made?
and be heard.
The vizier's head trembles with the infirmity of age, and his lips utter barely audible words meant for those only he can see. Daman Draciel has honored us with a visit. We are glad. First spinner. Peace, Kybella. You are the shield. You are the shadow. You are the blade. So be them. Many are blind even with their eyes wide open, thus spoke the matriarch spider. People look at things without seeing their essence, which makes them easy to beguile or frighten. We adorn the tunnels with the bones of the righteous, that they may guard our faithful against corrupt deeds and thoughts. We use the blood of the unholy ones for divination so we may see dangers. The blood of martyrs is our wine, for their suffering makes us stronger. People are afraid, but only because they see death as the end. Death, however, is a beginning. It is life and duty and oblivion. Death has many facets, that is its essence. That is its beauty.
Nice. Every thread ends in death. The vizier falls silent, as though his words have explained everything, though he nods towards empty space. Yes, I see, he is still filled of questions. Let us give him answers about our ways, my brothers and sisters. What is your supreme commandment? To give and receive death, and to fear no twist or turn of fate. One who is afraid of death is already dead in their soul. Wait for the end. Fear to accept the inevitable. A life of fear is disgraceful. The true service is in decadent. Dedicating oneself to death with no regrets. What is your tenet say of human weakness?
The smallest stain of rot is enough to ruin the most beautiful woven pattern. Weakness is a gateway into the soul, one we hold open for new failings. It is born of desire. Kill your desires, and your weakness will die along with them.
The followers of the web are skillful fighters. What is your secret? The vizier smiles gently. I cannot share the full wealth of my knowledge, for it takes me a lifetime to learn, but I can share this foremost lesson with you. Be guided by reason, not fury, when you fight, and seek no pleasure in killing. That is how you will win.
I always have a backup plan.
The shrouded faith of the blood-spun web. It is both frightening and awe-inspiring.
As is the fact that they have managed to claim a whole... for this old officer.
Awesome, I actually like that. I don't care if it's weaker, it's katana.
I always keep
Katanas
my
are
options
cool.
open.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Were you in a shootout? Captain Furso has acquired a few wounds since your last conversation. Half his ear is gone, and you notice that he is wearing bloodshed bandages around his uniform. Seeing you, he quickly injects himself with stimulant and straightens up. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Were you in a shootout? Yes. There's been a raid on the local gangs. We finally cleared out the scoundrels who were smuggling goods to neighboring compartments. No one's escaped. Furloughs permits himself a brief smile of a grinning satisfaction. I finished inspecting the bay. Only harsh. The workers are to be provided with everything they need to serve the Great Line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status workers. Only harsh measurements will bring order to the bay, establish an execution and quota, strip all corrupt officers of their rank, and burn away all crime. Any idler are to be given a job if they cannot do anything useful. Servitor them. Organize mandatory sermons and spread the word of faith. Ooh. Oh. Why is there a check mark next to it?
The captain needs a moment to handle his confusion. Orders, understood. Frenzo lets out a menacing growl as his face fills with blood. Who dared?
There were thieves in the technical room. I've already dispatched them.
Thieves? I just had an enforcer hanged for dealing with a local gang. I had hoped that the lesson had been learned. Frenzo winces as if from pain. By the Emperor, Lord Captain, why must you be so unconcerned with your own safety? It's our duty to find and shoot lawless scum. Throne, you are going to become the best enforcer in the bay at this rate.
Then I'd encounter mutants in the pestilence plague. They seem to be under the influence of unholy powers. You went to the pestilence bay? You! Into the pestilence bay! Corso stares off into the distance as he speaks. Pardon me, Lord Captain. I just can't even begin to find the words I would use if I had to tell the Master-at-Arms that you had perished there. He rubs his temples worgily. The enforcers do regular checks to see if there are any dangerous blighting strickers ejects hiding at the bottom of the bay. I implore you, Lord Captain, leave that job to us. Steadfast to your duties, Captain.
Following the symbols will enable the proper categorization of a yet unregistered crew subdivision and the location of a yet unmapped compartment. Method approved. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter the sounds of the station become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section.
Did I fail to move it? It said 100% when I last did it. Yeah. Let's go talk to the foreman. It is an honor for us, Lord Captain. How is your life under the new role I set? Much better, and we appreciate your care. We have half as many hungry and sick these days. May the Emperor bless you for the mercy you have shown us. These are next to you. These next to you weapons are usually transported in crates like those. May I look inside? Weapons, you old man. And the voice feigned, frightened empathy. How would something like that wind up at the bottom of the bulge compartment? I am the rogue trader, Draciel von Valencia, and you will show me whatever I tell you to show me. A rogue trader, the old man's face widens in astonishment, and he bows reverently, whispering, I've waited for so long, hoping one day to serve you, Lord Captain. But great. Pathetic fool. That's our secret gone right down the shitter. Folks, we're gonna have to make some noise. A common worker.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Are you ready to die?
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Do not dare ask. Now you're clad in scarlet.
At your beck and call. I'm not interested. It will be done. I took care of this one.
Emperor, protect me.
Let's get to it.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
I am a navigator. It's the fury of House Orcelio.
I'll
Got
do
a
it.
rapid fire.
That is not the Emperor's will. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak. God, Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Here we go.
I bring mercy and retribution. As the tenants command.
My competences are not that universal. Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
I'd rather not. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
I'll do what it takes.
Oh god, no.
Nothing. I am ready for whatever comes. I'll make it happen. You never stood a chance. Accept your lot.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If only that were possible.
Quick, quick! I'll see to it personally.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I will not eradicate it.
Are you alright, Lord Captain? Those cutthroats didn't hurt you, I hope? The man's prosthetic leg has been shot, and it carries his weight awkwardly. I'm not sure. Perhaps those freeloaders believed in the tales of Nemesite. As it happens, I've complained to that bast to Captain Frenso about some idiots who've been painting pictures on the walls, inciting people. And what did he say? I've got everything under control. Had I known it would come to this, I'd have nabbed those sods and thrown them into the pestilence pit myself. And now we'll be pestered by enforcers to no end, boy damn it all. Just a story they tell around here. There's this chap they say wanders the lower decks helping the poor who can't earn a living for themselves, and standing up to the officers and enforcers in defense of the weak. Except he's just a story and nothing more. Well, in your case, he'll certainly hear you out and nod. He grins and indicates his broken ribs. You know.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I am only going to ask this once. How did wretches from the lower decks get their hands on a crate of auto guns? Auto guns. Purple spots appear on his face. Warp take me, they couldn't have bypassed the security of a munitions train and walked away with the cargo without help from someone in the enforcers. I executed one reprobate who was trafficking in weapons not too long ago, but even that moron wasn't so greedy and stupid as to arm the rabble with auto guns. So there is another who dishonors the enforcer's uniform. I will find the maggot and shove their head under a passing train. The foreman, you wouldn't believe the kinds of thugs he welcomes at his vat. I agree that sympathizers of Nemesite's anarchic cause may be involved in this outrage, but I don't trust that foreman character. He knows everyone in the bay, he sees everything, but he never informs on one of his own. He only complains about problems I am already well aware of. The threat of mutiny is always there, Lord Captain. We have uncovered several cells over the past month, although, admittedly, none of the traitors were armed with auto guns. We will redouble our efforts. The bastards will pay dearly for stealing our munitions.
Keep your wits about you.
Attention Freight Hub LD 987/14. The Lord Captain is in the bay. Would you like to take a bath, your lordship? Kybella silently appears by your side. You ask to see me, Daman Draciel. Do you wish to learn more of the cult's rites? Very well. Since you are in the water, I can introduce you to a rare discipline of the bloodspun web known as controlled self-drowning. Few receive this honor, with water being so precious on a ship. Still, it has opened my eyes to many truths. Close your eyes and trust me. Reject your fear and remember you have carried death within you since birth. This ritual is simply a meeting between you and your oldest friend. You close your eyes and hear a quiet splash. Kybella has entered the pool. She puts her hands around your neck and gently pushes you under the water. As your lungs start to burn, she pulls you back to the surface, allowing you to take a single breath of air before she begins to drown you again. This process repeats several times, and she holds you beneath the surface a little longer with each plunge. The fourth descent lasts an eternity, but her hands prevent you from resurfacing. As your empty lungs burn, you start to panic. You fight against your fear as the darkness swallows you, and soon it gives way to peace. As you listen to the soft whisper of the water around you, you realize that death is the end and the beginning. There are no worries here, and no mistakes. There is only you. You, and the infinite nothing. Just as nothing is about to claim you, you are gently lifted from the emptiness of oblivion. Draciel, you have been touched by death. What was it like? Now you understand the tenets of the web more fully. I will leave you to reflect on this experience. The sacrifice of the many paves the way to a triumphant future for the Titan that is the protector of the Imperium. It is a heavy burden to be the ground beneath his feet, but it is glorious to serve such a righteous purpose in unity.
Domin. I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the undone. Maybe
The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo-skull hovers over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of, "You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose." Janris Danrik nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. "Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain." If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Pascal Haney Aman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. "I suppose the expertise of the esteemed, as you wish, your lordship. Would you like the engine as your lordship commands?" Sector, data unavailable. Region, data unavailable. Location, Von Valencia's flagship, lower decks. Material, report of a tech phenomenon. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomats tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. His lordship Draciel von Valencius. The engineer prime slowly waded into the motionless ranks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and Ben Arik prayers were his companions in this investigation. The examination confirmed the technomats' initial hypothesis: the servitors' souls, or rather, the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet, for some unknown reason, it had occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. His lordship Draciel von Valencius. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped toward the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking him. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of the head, a wave of a hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute, until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached. As high factotum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsating under their copper collars inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visibly shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people, the Lord Captain. As high factotum, it was visibly shaken. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people, the Lord Captain. The technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized in a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still quite capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstances did not call for their termination. A group of technomats hurried to act upon the Lord Captain's command. The servitor's mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled, pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work and could see every centimeter of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred, the unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defects. I should make note of one more thing. At that moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with some primordial terror. Dogmatic +3. On the Lord Captain's orders, the servitors were returned to the same decks where they had worked before. The crew was initially unnerved by their presence but adapted to their quirks soon enough, especially since, following the incident in question, there was a noticeable reduction in the servitors' strange behavior. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Greetings, your lordship, says the governor in a dismal voice, glancing reflexively at Solomorn. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any minute now. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykat Minories and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you have concluded your business in the system and are ready for the Triumph to begin. Governor Medina is positively ablaze with enthusiasm. In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will accompany us to the starport to provide timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I inspect the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subjects at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help to maintain order. There is no reason to let the people know that the world may soon be in for a change of leadership.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, okay. I'm looking for something. I'm trying to see if that's something will start. Now, let's do the Triumph. Heinrich seems more fun, but I have a lot of Psykers on my team already. I can't have only
I always
Psychos on
have a
my
backup
team.
plan.
Pascal. Ready for the Triumph.
Then I will see you at the starport, your lordship. The Master of Ceremonies will organize the procession in a way that should allow me share the ceremony's finale with you. And after that, Emperor willing, the Proctor will clear me of all charges, and the woes of Rykat Minories will be over at last. This bunker is under the control of the Arbits. I cannot provide you with amenities,
Rise to the
but I
top,
guarantee
or
security
get
within
left
the
in
perimeter.
dust.
Your Lordship, peerless Lord von Valancius. I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykad Minories. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush toward you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us. Members of the military. Young people, attractive and physically fit. A few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning. But if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours.
I always keep my options open.
Make way. Make way. Let us greet the hero. A small group of festively dressed people rushes toward you. Glory to the von Valancius dynasty. Glory to Draciel, the hero of Rykad Minories. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her as Captain Raquel. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. Rykad Minories honors the Emperor and bows to his most loyal servants, the rogue traders. I'm sensing something. Boundless. Blue, gold, something is coming, Damin. An unholy death contrary to his will. Kybella is behold. Behold. Behold the final dawn. Behold the final dawn.
Of course it's gonna be a fight. Why would I think it's anything else? What's happening on my ship? Oh. Honestly, if I knew this would happen, I would have leveled up. Can I level up before this? Did they just steal an entire planet? Huh.
I'll make an example out of you.
Surrender to the dark powers!
I need to level up. If I knew this would happen, I would have leveled up.
The Master of Ceremonies' eyes widen. My sincerest apologies, your lordship. No thought could be further from my mind than incurring your anger. Let the, ordinary people through, you say? I'll see what can be done.
Keep your wits about you.
Honestly, if this allows more enemies to be closer to me, I'll be happy with that.
The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails and they turn toward the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. Something is coming, Damin. An unholy death contrary to his will. Kybella's eyes are blank as she digs a steel claw into an unhealed wound. Behold the final dawn.
I need to use the restroom before I do this fight.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Alright, let's see. Elderly citizen, captive.
I won't compromise my principles.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
A dance of blades and shadows. No, the shadows will stand is a blessing. As honor ordained.
Look out. For now.
Face the Navigator's might.
As the Emperor commands, you can escape. escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. Onward!
Just a temporary setback.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. Victory is imminent. An exemplary strike.
I can handle this.
Death to the weak! Running binary override. Request denied. Break their morale! Chaos guides me.
What? No. Damn it. Alright, now let's start from the beginning again.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
behold the final dawn.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice?
Who, if not me? I won't stand for it.
Indeed. At your beck and call. I've suffered worse.
On it.
My vow is to serve. Request approved.
Crush the feeble! Moving out!
A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not. Death is a blessing.
Death to non-believers!
Nothing!
I'm not interested. Victory is imminent. It will be done. An exemplary strike.
Strike is a prayer. I refuse. That is not the Emperor's will.
Me? Face the Navigator's might. I may.
Death to the weak.
I bring ruin. I am your...
Chaos guides me.
Onward! I must not falter.
I serve the ruin.
I'll see to it your end was inevitable. It's as good as done. Here's my perfect moment.
Trust me. Caught by the web. The shadow killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordained. Death is a blessing. Killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand.
Working function successfully terminated.
You never stood a chance.
There is only death, yours or mine. Trust me. Let your soul out. The other side awaits. The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Stay vigilant. Weak, yet iron knows no pain.
Someone else can do this. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust! It will be done.
Shadows start to bleed.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me. Help me, Lord Captain. Now you're clad in scarlet.
Weather the storm!
Out of my way!
follow my lead.
Chaos guides me.
Who if not another enemy down?
Running binary. The own desire condemns you.
I shall not fail. Death is a blessing. Trust me. Caught by the web. I cannot serve you in this way.
My faith strengthens me. Damage to bulk.
Follow my lead. I took care of this one.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Fascinated.
Your comm bead comes alive. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Tane, Urfarians, repeat. An otherworldly cacophony, which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannons, suddenly swallows you with its full intensity, the warp energies seemingly bursting out of thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment it feels like your head might explode, but then the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one, that of someone's touch on your temples. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Kybella gives you a faint smile and whispers, a great dance begins. But I am still with you, Damid. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city, less talk, more action. What's Vigdis saying? Start, hi that, the starve. Jaspa and I must get weapons, any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick up some people from the garrison or civilians along the way. The final dawn. Argenta says furiously. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. O Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed upon you.
I always have a backup plan.
How dare you!
I will not die in dishonor.
always keep your eye on the prize.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
How many righteous servants of the Imperium were felled by a weapon intended to aid them in the struggle against the faithless? Shot down in flight, with no chance to defend themselves or to complete their mission.
I pray for their souls, and I pray that the Emperor guides us to the leaders of the heretics.
Your downfall.
Let the blood flow!
I've suffered worse.
Death to non-believers!
As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Aim for the heart next time.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Death to the weak!
Faith without...
Choose a fight like this!
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! I'll do it. Prayer.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed. Face the Navigator's might. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Victory is imminent. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
At your beck and call. I'd rather not.
I am your doom!
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running by Narek override. Request approved.
I won't compromise my principles. I'll make it happen.
As honor ordains. My blade whispers your name.
I'll see to you personally.
Crush the evil!
I shall not fail. Caught by the web. As the tenets demand. As honor.
Such is the guided by faith. As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the weak. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It will be done. One fewer target.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may,
Pain and duty go hand in hand. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. For von Valentius. It will be done. At your beck and call. It will be done. I will do my duty. A tactically sound approach.
A gloomy premonition clouds the mind.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
It's as good as done. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
I bring mercy and retribution.
I've suffered worse. Brace yourself, Abelard.
That is not the Emperor's will. Rejoice in battle! I will not. I'll do it.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Isn't this a job for try to die with grace, at least?
My place is at the fore.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
On it. I'll make it happen. You should feel honored to witness this.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me, as duty demands.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Isn't this a job for the... Try to die with grace, at least.
I've suffered worse. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done.
Advancing.
I am your doom. I will leave footprints of scarlet.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Emperor, give me strength. If I may, as duty demands.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Successfully terminated.
Is there money to be made? Let us not dawdle.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
With all due respect to your faith, her neighbor, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry
Judging
about
by the
restoring
positions of the
machine spirit's
bodies,
equilibrium
the soldiers
once we're
walked
back
into
on board
sniper
our
fire
ship.
and died before they knew where it was coming from.
Make an example out of you!
I will take you down.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Hold on.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I am a navigator, the fury of House Orcelium.
I'll do it.
Let's make it quick.
I've suffered worse.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Running binaric override.
Indeed.
I won't stand for it. Let's make some opportunities. It's as good as done.
Me?
I'll make it happen.
I'm here, maggot.
Let's get to it. Out of my way. Here we go. Let's get to it. Hold on.
The unrighteous have come to take all that we have from us. Let us stand united, my brethren. To battle.
Let's make it quick.
I am your blade and shield. This goes against the tenet. Come, the other side awaits. I would that I could. The shadows will see it done.
This is unacceptable.
Let's get to it.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Don't let your guard down.
Time to slaughter someone.
Out of my way!
Deliver us! A dance of blades and shadows. I shall not fail. As the tenets demand. Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed. I refuse. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Follow my lead. It will be done. I'm not interested. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Solomorn's chestplate is punctured in multiple places and his face stained with blood, but his gaze remains clear and firm. Still alive, rogue trader. Good.
You spot just as many wounds on Glado. There are burns and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. And yet, there is nothing in the Cybermastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something this dog can feel.
Where is the governor? I do not know. He waited for you under Arbiter escort to burn the heretic body and conclude the ceremony. But when the sun went out and enemies came at us from every crack in the ricochet, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safe with us. The panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttle, which made them easy targets for the enemy. Those wounds look bad. Let me offer you aid. I will accept your offer, but we still have medical kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. Appears your investigation has hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. He cracks a smile across his face. You do find something in the port terminal. Shortly after the till were hung away, a suspicious ship took off from the planet, and I already know how to track it. I see you are not trying to flee and have chosen to fight instead. I commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there is nothing we can do against the warp force seeing its way in. That's a fact. Solomon spits out a mouthful of blood. This battle was forcing on us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to our shuttle. Speaking of shuttles, the ship that we hired have turned tail and fled orbit, so I must turn to you with a request. Take my squad aboard and we will disembark on the first world or station which with access to void ship. We cannot die here while whoever steals the tills it is enjoying their freedom. I will consider it an honor to assist you. We need time to dress our wounds and regroup. We'll cover your retreat and make sure there is no attack from the rear. Get to the shore first. We'll be right behind you.
In violation of the right of operation, the shuttle's Promethium tanks have been abandoned and left open. Someone interrupted the fueling sacrament.
I always have a backup plan.
The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barrier, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death. The stench of Feisline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads.
Is the governor a bad guy?
The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malger amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Reichad Minories. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malger's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear, others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter.
Governor, would you care to explain what is going on here?
The governor turns to you but does not get the chance to say anything as Malger strikes him with a stun baton. Don't trouble yourself, Lord Governor. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things got rough, they thought they could scarp her and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. And after all this? You think that's fair, you piece of grit shit? Malger's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments on the governor's uniform. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond, when his head explodes. His body falls limp. The chorus of the nobles' screams cannot drown out the sergeants. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Reichad Minories and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant. For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Kasia throws out her hand, and Malger's knees buckle. My mentor was right, the rabble truly have no honor.
Look at yourself, servant of the God Emperor. Who do you serve? Humanity or his foes? How dare you speak of justice with a kindred blood on your hands? Follow your weapons if you value your life.
Malger raises his gun at you, only to immediately lower it. His hands are shaking. Shame and despair are showing through his mask of bloodlust. For crying out loud, your lordship, sir, how could you say such a thing? A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rock creek, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Tremble, for I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
Well, that's not
You
good.
will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Unto the devout shall the sacrifice be gifted.
Oh, that's a lot of attacks.
Our enemy's might is unfathomable. Offer a prayer to the Undying One, for we will appear before his throne soon.
As honor ordains.
What is that monster? Its image, it is twisted by corruption. Oh, Emperor, is my life meant to end so soon?
Navigator's might.
Indeed. Someone else can do this. I'd rather not.
I'll see to it personally.
Why did I get out there? What are you, stupid?
Let's get to it. Hold on.
Don't you dare leave
Betrayer
us
of the
now.
Emperor's blood. Arch sacrilege. Mine shall be a
God,
worthy
Emperor,
death.
move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is what I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
My threat analysis indicates insurmountable superiority. Survival prognosis is disheartening.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request denied.
An offering of blood.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for now? You're clad in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'll do it.
I refuse. I'll make it happen.
Request approved. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
I will endure. From the ashes, I will rise.
I bring mercy and retribution. The shadows will see it down, as honor ordains.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Who, if not me?
Let's make it quick.
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved.
footprints of Scarlet. As the tenets demand.
Isn't this a job for the try to die with grace, at least? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Do not dare ask.
Out of my way!
Scared yet?
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Running by him.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. As honor killing brings me no pleasure.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Show me what you've got!
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
I won't compromise my principles. Here's my perfect moment.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may, face the Navigator's might.
Here we go.
Don't you die on me now.
Request approved. The Omnissiah knows. Comprehend. Hold on. Let's make it quick.
The unrighteous have come to take all that we have from us. Let us stand united, my brethren. To battle.
A temporary setback.
Failure. Detected.
These ruby flashes are choking me. Step aside. The Navigator is coming. Me? You insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm afraid not.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. It's as good as done.
Me? Another firm painted black.
I'll see to it personally. get to it! Hold on! Stay with us! I'm still standing. Just barely.
Someone just hit the ground. Now you're clad in scarlet.
Let's get to it!
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Hold on!
If I may.
Oh.
I always keep my options open.
That was a hell of a battle. Whew.
Thanks be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. The Voxmaster falters. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun-black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. The interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Druggery. You see Abelard's expression change as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple wearily. As if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. Heinrichs nods. A breed of the Ildari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. We can rule out that possibility. The Drukari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. Heinrichs glances around. The situation calls for immediate action, Draciel. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, he gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. The navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his box. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omni's Sai grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. I do apologize, your lordship, but we were unable to receive your request for evacuation. The Vox link was overrun with vile interference screams, blasphemous hymns, and other equally sinister noises. Any who listened to the interference for a protracted period lost their sanity. Several dozen operators went mad monitoring the Voxcaster in the hope of hearing your voice. Each one of them waited in vain. Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. I fear that Rykad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport, the dark eyes of the Sister of Battle Flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the holy relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brows. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Minoris. The von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish. And so, lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a daemon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro-Priests Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow, the world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his, whatever fate you choose for this world. I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple, I can see it even from orbit. As do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our sole weapon against it useless. Yes, Lord Captain. I will immediately inform the navigation and artillery decks of the impending maneuver. Pascal shoots you a look of fierce pride and says with gravity, "You are right. This is my temple." His vox booms with power. "Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The Omni's Psi guides me.
The Fon Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void ships plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora Fon Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Lord Captain, allow me to report, our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibunda system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Draciel. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Draciel. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection raid, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Draciel von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Thank you once again for rescuing my squad, rogue trader. We will disembark on Footfall. The trail of evidence leads to the docks, and it wouldn't hurt to pay the Liege a visit. I am sure he will graciously extend his cooperation to the Arbits. The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have, Draciel. Thank you for your offer, but I must decline. I am afraid my duty to the Golden Throne comes before everything else. Right at this moment, unlikely. We have a considerable amount of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including its less palatable individuals. None of that is worth the rogue trader's time, I assure you. Still, should circumstances change, I will absolutely welcome the aid of such a dependable ally as yourself. He is the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the blood-spun web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Viladame Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Kasbalika mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixa sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. Viladame is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and Furibundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus.
Well, I stayed too long. I wasn't gonna stream this long, but the acts got long. Thank you for watching. I'll be back Sunday. We'll see what I'll be back on Sunday with. Thank you for watching. If you can, like and subscribe. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, night.